Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio. Compulso. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Incendio. Incendio. Revelio.
You would be wise not to underestimate this student. Their aptitude for magic is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've been teaching a long time.
It is a joy to have such a student.
It can be.
There you are.
I received your owl. I was able to speak with Lodgok, the goblin I mentioned before.
What did you learn?
He and Ranrock were close once, but they had a falling out.
You believe he can be trusted?
I believe he's trustworthy, yes. He seemed sincere, and Sirona Ryan trusts him.
Very well. Supposing he can be trusted, will he help us get to Ranrock?
I retrieved a stolen helm he hopes to return to Ranrock in order to regain his confidence.
You have been busy. Let's hope your efforts result in our learning something about Ranrock's plans.
Lodgok did mention that Ranrock is searching for something, but he couldn't say what. Perhaps that helm will yield some answers.
Ranrock is searching for something. I feared as much. I've heard an unusual amount of activity, goblins and wizards, I surmise, when visiting my portrait at my castle.
Rookwood Castle.
My former residence, yes. That castle is also the location of your next trial.
You didn't see anything? Speak with anyone?
I did not. In fact, I did not make myself known. I only recently returned there and did not recognize nor trust anyone that I heard. I stayed out of sight so as not to tempt my portrait's destruction.
I'm sorry to tell you that Victor Rookwood, evidently your descendant, is a dark wizard in league with Ranrock.
My descendant? A dark wizard? I'm afraid we've no time to waste. Despite the obstacles that clearly await you, you must get to Rookwood Castle immediately. Not only is it the location of the next trial, it is home to a source of power that would be devastating in the wrong hands. I do wish we had the luxury of time. However, I do not doubt your abilities. Find my portrait there as soon as you can.
Very well, sir. I'm on my way.
Best of luck.
No time to waste. I'll meet you at Rookwood Castle.
Revelio. Defendo.
I've always said travel broadens the mind.
Incendio. Glacius. Incendio. Glacius. Incendio. Seems a pleasant enough little place. Revelio.
job at Gringotts. Suit me, sitting around all day. Mind
How
you...
nice of you to stop by.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio.
One of the best meals I've ever eaten.
Petrificus totalis. Revelio. Expelliarmus.
Afraid to fight?
Revelio. Descendo. Accio. Incendio. Glacis. Accio. Revelio.
One less shoot.
Accio. Incendio.
You let Nora Bagwell go.
Revelio. Revelio.
Reminds me of the time I nearly fell out of a cart at Gringotts. I was only young, mind. But not like I'd fall out.
Revelio. Defender. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Descendo. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Caporso. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Revelio. I don't like the looks of that.
Hello?
Accio. Glacis.
Don't try again, I beg!
Arresto Momentum.
I could keep you for hours!
Leviosa. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Descendo. Incendio.
Such a blessed.
Come here. Glacier. Incendio. Confringo. Defendo. Ranrock has fooled you all. To your demise. Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Deke would like to talk with you when you have a moment.
Descendo. Revelio.
Over here!
What I wouldn't give for a cup of mushroom tea.
What's going on here?
Professor Rookwood was right. The place is crawling with Victor Rookwood's lot and Ranrock's loyalists. They're working together, all right, but it is not a friendly alliance. I'm sure you'll agree that we need to find a way in other than the front gate. Let's go.
You haven't had mushroom stew like what my mother used.
Descendo!
Those mushrooms were.
You can't stop Ranrock's rebellion!
You ought to cut back on pudding. Mistook you for control the other day.
What are you doing? What is this?
I won't rest.
Depulso. Arresto Memento. Defender. Revelio.
Up there.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Couldn't pay me enough to sit behind a desk.
Revelio.
If I'd known your plan was to dig up half the
I
country...
wouldn't have to dig if you could simply manage to bring me the child.
We wouldn't need the child if you hadn't sent a dragon to retrieve the container I spent months and countless ministry favors tracking.
You let them board the carriage. My options were limited once I knew it would be inconveniently beyond my reach at that infernal school.
Have you not acquired enough power here? I allowed you to tunnel under my family home.
Allowed me? You are here only because you are descended from a keeper and may at some point inadvertently become valuable. We had an agreement. I will share with you the power that I discovered if you locate the stores of magic that are yet to be found. So, unless you want another demonstration of my power, a power that you one day hope to wield, bring me the child.
We already knew they were after you, but now we know they're digging for stores of magic.
And Ranrock knows about the Keepers.
Yes, I caught that too. Professor Rookwood said that you'd understand more once you complete the next trial.
Let's get into that castle. Revelio.
Any special words you want me to pass on to your mum?
No more happening for you! Enjoy suffering, do you?
Why don't you come up here and fight me?
Vote in the inevitable!
Arresto Memento. Defender.
Time to teach someone a
Depulso. Arresto Memento.
electricity.
There'll be more of that.
Descendo.
Made a great mistake.
Leviosa.
Had enough.
Accio.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
You're no match for me. This will not go well for you. I shall avenge your death.
Descendo.
Confringo.
Expelliarmus. Revelio.
Reducto.
Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Descendo. Glacier. Accio. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Compulso. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Compulso. Whoa. Whoa. Revelio. Compulso.
I suppose that's the quick way down.
Revelio.
Goblin tracks. They're a step ahead of us. Let's see where they lead.
Revelio.
This must be it. The store of magic and the source of Ranrock's power.
It looks empty. If they've taken all of it, why are they still here?
Ranrock said there's more to be found, and if he's right about that, it may or may not be located here. Wherever it is, we need to find it before they do. Where is that portrait?
I heard something. I was hoping
Revelio.
that was you.
Revelio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Descendo. Incendio. Glacius. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Confringo! Arresto momentum repulso. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Professor Rookwood, the goblins and dark wizards who've overrun your castle are digging for stores of magic and have broken open some sort of container.
No! Things are more dire than I could have imagined. If, as you told Percival, a goblin in his vault was wielding a powerful magic, then they have somehow learned. It cannot be!
And sir, they know you were a keeper. Ranrock used the term.
This makes no sense. How did... We shall discuss this later. Right now, you must complete the next trial.
Just tell me where I need to go.
The power you stand to wield must first be fully understood. The trials will ensure that. Power without knowledge is dangerous indeed. In the wrong hands, we will simply have to outwit Ranrock and my unfortunate namesake.
Very well, Professor. Tell me where I need to go.
I shall reveal the path. Professor Fig must leave you now.
Revelio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Confringo. Revelio.
I would join you if I could. I shall await your arrival in the map chamber.
Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Incendio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Glitches. Accio. Incendio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Compulsor. Revelio. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Depulso. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Descendo. Accio. Incendio. Glacier. Accio. Confringo. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Levioso. Incendio. Arresto momentum. Confringo. Depulso. Defendo. Levioso. Expelliarmus. Revelio. Revelio. I believe I need to proceed to the left here, but how? Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Perhaps I'm to hit the mark on the far wall. That sort of thing has repositioned the archways in the past. Revelio. 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 There's a pillar here, but no ledge near it for me to grab onto. Revelio. Incendio. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Confringo. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Incendio. Glacius. Crescendo. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Descender. Incendio. Glacius. Accio. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Revelio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Hitting those marks readjusts the archways. Perhaps there's a way forward from the other side of this one. Wingardium Leviosa. Is it possible to pull one of those blocks through the archway? Wingardium Leviosa. Accio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. 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 Leviosa! Descendo! Incendio! Confringo! Arresto Memento! Defendo! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Glacius! Confringo! What a relief. Revelio. Confringo.
Must say I'm curious to hear of Isadore's travels.
Do come in. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you. Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
This is uncharted magic, Isadora. You can only see what has been sealed in the jar, and we do not know what power that may hold. But the traces of that magic are different from what I've seen before.
Thank you.
Revelio.
You're back.
And in one piece, no less. It is good to see you again.
Professor Rookwood told me about what happened at Rookwood Castle.
In light of the dire circumstances in which we find ourselves, it is most fortunate that someone so competent is following this path.
Thank you, Professor. I shall keep the second artifact safe as you've advised.
Good. Are you ready to move on?
What was the glowing strand that Isadora pulled from her father's chest?
It was pain. You will understand more about her actions as you complete the trials.
I'm ready for whatever comes next.
In that case, introductions are in order.
Allow me to introduce former Hogwarts headmistress, Neve Fitzgerald.
How do you do? I must say that I was not entirely surprised to learn that a student had been completing the trials. I've always believed Hogwarts students capable of anything they set their minds to.
Thank you, Professor. It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
I am certain that you are more than capable of completing my trial. However, I must first, how shall I say, prepare the location of your next trial.
We trust your judgment, Professor Fitzgerald. You should know better than anyone how to manage the inconvenience of, well...
A vainglorious and exasperating headmaster? Indeed I should. I shall confirm that everything is in order immediately.
Of course. Professor Fitzgerald needs some time to clear the way forward. Until then, you should continue to hone your magic. If you learn more about Ranrock and Victor Rookwood's activities in the meantime, please let us know.
Very well, Professor. I know. Continue to hone my magic.
You do learn quickly. Hopefully you will soon hear from Lodgok as well, and we shall learn how he fared with the helmet you retrieved. Well done today, as always. We shall speak again soon.
Natty told me about your run-in with the poachers. I have some news about them as well. Can you meet me soon? I fear that some of what I uncovered has to do with you.
I have been asked to teach you the exploding charm, Bombarda. Once you have completed the tasks I've set forth, speak to me after class.
Need I remind you that you are studying at Hogwarts and not the free pro...
Revelio. Revelio.
Anything to do with the dark art should be avoided. It's too risky.
Anything to do with Salazar Slytherin is worth the risk.
I can't agree. And I'll not say a word more. I'm sorry.
I won't give up.
What were you and Ominous speaking about?
He's being ridiculous. Apparently Salazar Slytherin had a secret scriptorium here in Hogwarts. Ominous swears it was used for the dark arts, so he wants nothing to do with it. I reminded him that Anne needs a cure. This scriptorium could hold the answers we need.
The dark arts do pique my interest.
There's more to dark magic than people realize. The Gaunts know this. Better than most. Perhaps I've spoken out of turn. Ominous's family history is personal to him.
I'd like to know more about it if you wouldn't mind telling me. I won't repeat it.
Very well. But do keep this between us. Ominous learned dark magic from his parents. Are you familiar with the Cruciatus Curse?
What does the Cruciatus Curse do?
It's known as the Torture Curse. Crucio. It inflicts intense, excruciating pain on the victim. Apparently, his parents and older siblings had no qualms about casting it on muggles for sport. Ominous described the sound of the victim's cries as horrific, so the first time he was asked to cast it himself as a child, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As punishment, his family cast it on him. The anguish was so bad that when asked to cast it again, he relented. I have repeatedly assured Ominous that he did what he had to, but he still hasn't forgiven himself.
How horrible. Poor Ominous. He was only a child. He shouldn't blame himself.
After that incident, the rift between Ominous and his family only grew. That is until I came along. Every moment he isn't at Hogwarts, he's with us in Feldcroft. Ominous trusts me. And more often than not, he winds up listening to me. I'll remind him of that when I follow up about the scriptorium. Watch for my owl. I'll have news soon enough. I'll make Ominous understand. He'll change his mind.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Wingardium Leviosa. Incendio. Glacius. Convulso. Confringo. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Arresto Momentum. Confringo. Convulso. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Glacius. Glacius. Incendio. Incendio. Glacius. Accio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Pulso. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Descendo. Inflex is simply too much. Revelio. Revelio. Descendo.
I've never seen a sword like it.
Wingardium Leviosa.
What's that? Who's there? That student defeated our encampment. You won't get away with it.
Revelio. Glacius. Incendio.
I shall avenge your death.
Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Defendo. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Descendo. Incendio. Glacius. Accio. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Depulso. Confringo. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Expelliarmus. Glacius. Incendio. Confringo. Depulso. Revelio. Levioso. There. Not going to hurt you. This looks intriguing. A castle. Must have been quite stately in its time.
Loud as a troll you are.
We had plans for that hippogriff you stole.
And be sure to stoke the flames with an easy hand. Somebody out.
Levioso. Expelliarmus.
What was that sound? Did you hear that?
Descendo. Glacius. Incendio. Revelio.
It's in vain. Meet me outside the Slytherin common room. We need to talk.
What's this? A child wanted...
Glacius. Accio. Confringo. Arresto momentum. Defendo. Descendo. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Accio.
How did I
Confringo. Arresto momentum.
You're going to regret that.
Defendo. Confringo. Revelio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Revelio. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio. Wingardium Leviosa. Revelio. Accio. Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
It's been ages since I found
It might have gone more to plan if you'd paid attention to instructions.
I'll have taken your life before you even realize it's gone.
Revelio.
that warrants
Glacius. Accio.
I won't go down as easy.
Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Compulsor. Window. Revelio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Compulso. Levioso. Expelliarmus. Descendo. Descendo. Levioso. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Glacis. Compulso. Accio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum.
It's the student who released
Incendio. Revelio. 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 Incendio. Aloha Mora. Oh, no, you don't. Revelio. Levioso. Assignment's all finished. Descendo. Accio. Incendio. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Glacius, Accio, Incendio, Confringo, Depulso, Arresto Momentum, Revelio, Defendo, Confringo, Depulso, Levioso, Descendo, Accio. Incendio. Accio. Glacius. Incendio. Accio. Incendio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Repulsor. Defendo. Rebellion. Depulso. Revelio. Revelio. Confringo. Arresto Momentum. Depulso. Defendo. Revelio. Depulso.
Excellent work today. Class dismissed.
Ugh. Can't say I'm terribly fond of all the dung in this class.
I'll be unrivaled at the next course.
I take it you're ready to learn.
I completed your assignment, Professor. I'm ready to learn Bombarda now.
Good. Now, this spell comes with a caveat. It should only be used when necessary. The exploding charm, as you might suspect, can hurt people. Use caution when casting it.
I will, Professor.
I will hold you to that promise. Now, you must be precise in your wand movements. We don't want you blowing your hand off. Go ahead. Nice and steady wand movements. Remember, the exploding charm is highly volatile. Well done. Now, let us into practice, shall we? Go ahead and try it on the pumpkins.
Bombarda!
Excellent one. Cast the spell just like that every time. Assured and in control. Excellent. You have it well in hand.
Bombarda! Defender! Bombarda! Defender! Bombarda! Defender! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Confringo! Expelliarmus! Defender! Bombarda!
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
I'm most
Defender! Bombarda! Bombarda!
You're here. Brilliant.
I received your owl. What happened with Ominous?
I told him none of us will be able to avoid dark magic forever. So the more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be. Unfortunately, only a Gaunt knows the location of the Scriptorium's entrance, and Ominous won't tell me.
Perhaps I should have a chat with Ominous.
You? I suppose it's worth a try. But don't get your hopes up. Ominous is annoyingly stubborn. Nothing new. I know where he is. I'll lead you to him and then leave you to it. Come on. He's this way. Keep an eye out. Never know who's watching. Although that hasn't stopped us.
Revelio. Strictly speaking, it has. We were caught.
Damned poltergeist. Such a nuisance.
Revelio.
There he is. Good luck.
Revelio.
What are you doing here?
Hello, Ominous. Do you have a moment?
What is it? What have you and Sebastian been up to now?
Please, Ominous. I confided in you before about what happened with the Undercroft. Sebastian simply wanted me to have a safe place to practice some spells, to try and catch up to the other fifth years. He didn't think you'd mind.
I suppose that makes sense. It's just Sebastian's been pestering me lately about something and I'm frustrated with him.
Don't tell me he's still going on about, what was it, a scriptorium?
He told you about that?
He did. We were talking about Hogwarts founders and he mentioned it. Wouldn't say much more, though.
Yes, well, he seems to think it contains the answer to saving Anne. I think it's likely full of dark magic that is better left untouched.
Wait, you've never been inside?
Of course not. I only know about it because of my favorite aunt, Noctua. She thought like I do. Didn't agree with the family on the use of dark magic. In fact, she'd hoped to convince my family that there was more to Salazar Slytherin than worshipping pureblood status. She'd heard of this scriptorium and thought its contents might shed some light on him. She even found the secret entrance in this very corridor. She wrote regularly to my father about her efforts to gain access, and then she simply vanished. No one else ever tried to enter.
That's a bit unnerving. I suppose even if it might lead to answers about what happened to your aunt, it does pose a risk.
Aunt Noctua went down this path with good intentions and lost her life. I don't want the same to happen again.
You don't know that history will repeat itself. Besides, you said your aunt thought like you. This could honor her memory, get you answers about Slytherin and Sebastian answers for Anne. Your aunt pursued this alone. We could do it together.
I see what you've done here, and I confess, you've convinced me. I didn't think it possible. Very well. I shall tell you what I know. Fetch Sebastian, I'll wait. I hope we don't regret this.
Sebastian! Over here!
These braziers grant access to the scriptorium.
Now you'll share? You wouldn't tell me when I practically begged.
It wasn't you who told me what I needed.
Expelliarmus! Insane!
Well, 3 heads are better than 1.
It's 2 heads are better than 1.
And by that logic, 3 is better than 2. Simple mathematics, Ominous.
Revelio.
Remember, 3 braziers are involved.
Someone was actually listening.
I do that. Occasionally.
Confringo!
Aloha Mora. Revelio. Confringo. Protego. Revelio. Confringo.
Something's happening.
I hope we're ready for this.
Revelio.
Dark, ominous corridors. My favorite.
No comment.
Revelio.
Ground.
Reparo.
The rubble
Journal
forms a
entry.
relief of a person
Signed
facing
by
a
Noctua
snake.
Gaunt.
That must be the
Gaunt?
voice I hear.
Ominous. Your family was here.
You hear a voice.
It started when you repaired that relief. I hear a whisper saying, "Speak to me." I'm a parcel mouth. I can hear and speak to snakes. Nearly all known parcel mouths are descended from Salazar Slytherin.
I'd like to be able to talk to snakes.
You might not want the ability to speak parcel tongue. It's often associated with dark wizards. I haven't spoken it in ages, but I'd wager if I speak it now, the door will open. I'm hoping you're having second thoughts.
I see no reason we should stop now.
It's ironic. When I left home, I vowed to leave the dark arts behind, and yet here I am. Stand back. I can't believe I'm doing this.
It worked! Ominous. You possess a rare ability indeed.
Between the 2 of you, I'm starting to feel left out.
Between the 2 of us?
Never mind. There's no clear way forward.
Like a maze. Salazar Slytherin most likely wanted this to be difficult.
Revelio.
The door we came from.
Defender.
And there's more than one gate ahead.
Then look closely at each gate for
Incendio. Revelio. Defender. Lumos. Confringo. Revelio. This journal entry, it mentions getting lost and being unwelcome. Lumos.
Poor Aunt Noctua.
The dial requires focus.
Aunt Noctua said the same. It may take practice to solve it. That didn't sound good.
Salazar Slytherin didn't make this easy.
Lumos.
Leviosa!
Matching the symbols did open it.
Was about to do that myself, but you got to it first. Nice work.
Lumos.
Another gate.
Seems Slytherin like to play games.
Must run in the family.
Look in a mirror, Sebastian. That sounded promising.
Another dial solved.
Impressive. Nice work. Lumos.
Noctua references painful and arduous challenges, but also rewards.
Painful. That's the part I'm wary of.
All I heard was rewards. Keep going.
Revelio.
Lumos.
Ominous. Your aunt wanted to change your family's traditions.
Every dial seems to be getting more difficult.
Expelliarmus!
But we've made it.
Incendio!
Don't give up.
Lumos.
Revelio.
We've got more to solve ahead.
Search each corridor. It may not be obvious which leads where. Lumos.
Excellent work. We're another step closer to the
Revelio.
scriptorium.
Lumos.
I spotted something ahead. Looks troubling. The gate!
Revelio.
I think we're locked in. Again.
Then Salazar Slytherin is not yet finished with us.
Ominous. A skeleton. And Noctua's last journal entry. She mentions being trapped here, blocked by an unforgivable curse.
This is where she died. This is where we'll die. I shouldn't have listened to either of you.
Ominous, I'm truly sorry about your aunt. But I know what to do. It's going to be difficult.
You said you know what to do.
Tortured faces on the door, and Crucios etched into the stone. My guess is if we cast the Cruciatus curse, the door will open. That's why Noctua died. She had no one to cast the curse on. Ominous has the most experience with this. He should cast it. You seem to be in Ominous's favor. Will you ask him about this?
He does seem a bit cross with you. I'll speak with him.
Good. Work your magic, so to speak. Wish we had some liquid luck.
All of this could have been avoided.
Ominous. I hadn't imagined we'd end up trapped like this.
Salazar Slytherin did. He's to blame for many unimaginable things. I overheard you and Sebastian, and I won't do it. The Cruciatus curse is pure torture. I would know.
Sebastian told me a little of what happened when you were young. Sounds as if you had no choice.
Should have known he would have told you. And one always has a choice. I'm as guilty as the worst of my family. Unforgivable curses won't work unless you really mean them. I had to want to cause pain, and for that I shall never forgive myself. That spells the reason I have no family left. You and Sebastian will need to sort out another solution. If you cast Crucio, you will regret it forever.
What do we do now? Ominous is not going to cast the Cruciatus curse again.
Ridiculous. As if dying in here is a better option than casting a damned spell. It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on you.
Wait, you didn't say you knew how to cast Crucio?
Because I'm not sure I do. Ominous knows that, yet he's left us no choice. I don't yearn to follow in Noctua Gaunt's footsteps. I think I can cast it if I have to.
I want to learn the curse, but I won't cast it on you. You need to cast it on me.
I shan't forget this.
Ready? I'm ready.
Crucio!
Are you alright?
Are you all right?
That pain, it was excruciating. But I'll survive. Let's keep moving.
We made it. We found Salazar Slytherin's scriptorium.
I can't believe we're here.
Sebastian, Ominous. There's a book, just here.
You found something?
You two go ahead. Let me know what's in it. I'll wander around a bit.
May I have a look?
Revelio. Revelio. What do you think?
Looks like a spellbook of some kind. This is incredible. A Hogwarts founder's possession. What an honor. Still can't believe Ominous never told me about his aunt and what she found.
What will you do with Slytherin's spellbook?
What I do with every book. Read it. Having professors as parents ingrained that habit early on. But I can do that later. For now, I say we explore this room. It's breathtaking.
I've been getting an uneasy feeling about this place. We couldn't linger here. Let's find a way out, please.
I don't want to leave, but I owe you. Both of you. Without both of you, we'd never have made it this far.
We were lucky. We could have died. We must swear never to do this again.
I see a way out.
Best news I've heard all day.
Ominous. About your aunt.
Revelio.
Sebastian. I meant what I said before. We swear, right now, never to engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
Understood. I'm truly sorry about your aunt, Ominous.
I suppose after all this, I am grateful to know what happened to her.
Bombarda. Revelio. 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 Abandoned long ago, no doubt. This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Thinking in terms of good and evil merely indicates a limited imagination, in my opinion.
Revelio. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. Bombarda. Defendo. Revelio.
It's been eight. The Ministry ought to relax their feelings towards the dark arts.
Bombarda.
Mind yourself! Levioso!
Crucio. Defendo. Revelio. Revelio.
Is Highwing all right? Natty told me what the two of you did.
Salazar Slytherin's spellbook. Meet me in the Undercroft. I found something.
Highwing's fine. I'm keeping an eye on her. She's safe, Poppy, I promise.
Good. Whatever the poachers are up to, I want Highwing far from it.
You said you had news about the poachers, and that some of it had to do with me.
It did. I overheard them talking in the Hogshead, and did you know that they have orders from Victor Rookwood to capture you on sight? Does this have anything to do with Rookwood and Harlow coming for you in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack?
It does, somewhat. But at the moment, I'm more concerned about what else you heard the poachers are up to.
Fair enough. But I hope you'll let me know if I can be of help, especially after what you did for Highwing. Does the name Horntail Hall mean anything to you?
I'm afraid not. Why? What is it?
The poachers' best kept secret, apparently. The name came up twice, but they never went into detail. I also overheard one of them bragging about all the gold they're making, at the expense of innocent creatures, undoubtedly. The poachers spoke of this area, and I thought if we searched around a bit, it might give us clues as to what they're doing. If you ever meet my gran, this trip never happened.
Not to worry, Poppy. If I ever meet your gran, I shall not speak a word of this.
I normally tell her everything. She might be my best friend after Highwing, but she knows how I feel about the poachers. I think she worries I'll do something ill-advised.
Whatever gave her that idea?
This way.
Revelio!
A centaur! Tread carefully.
An entire castle to roam, yet you choose to wander here.
Please, we don't want any trouble. We're simply passing through.
Do you take us for fools? That we do not notice more and more of your kind around here, in league with the poachers?
We aren't involved with them. If anything, we want to see them stopped.
I hope for your sake that is true. Our kind is swiftly losing patience with the poachers and those they work with.
He was certainly a charmer.
That could have gone worse. Centaurs aren't exactly fans of wizard kind, and the poachers aren't helping matters.
But why would he think that we had anything to do with poachers?
I did notice the poachers talking with a few villagers in Hogsmeade. I'm not sure why. Perhaps that's why the centaurs are suspicious.
Revelio!
That's the third time I've seen a dugbog behave that violently.
It seems that a lot of beasts have been more aggressive than usual lately.
I've noticed that too. It's almost like there's something in the water. This is odd.
What is it?
Not entirely sure, but look around. If the poachers were here, perhaps we can find out why.
Why wouldn't they take their cages with them when they left? Pelts. Poor beasts. Still smoking. They can't have been gone long. Revelio! This is goblin metal. Seems out of place in a poacher camp. I should tell Poppy about it.
Anything interesting?
Poachers were here. All sorts of evidence. But I found something else. It's goblin made.
I found goblin armor. Let's keep searching, but carefully. Merlin only knows what's going on here. I don't have a good feeling about this.
Revelio!
How do goblin and poacher interests align?
Look, down there.
Definitely poachers. No creatures though. So what are they doing out here?
Let's take a closer look.
They won't be happy to see us. Should we use disillusionment? Or perhaps a less discreet approach?
Hard to say from up here. Let's get a better lay of the land. Revelio.
Seems like a quiet night. And where did I set my traps? Was it lower or upper Oxford?
It's Totalis.
Months ago, I had a brooch. Nice it was.
sparkled like the glint in my eyes when I find out which one of you thieving lot stole it!
Revelio. Totalis. Revelio.
Merlin, you'd think they were guarding the Minister for Magic himself. What is going on here?
Only one way to find out. Revelio.
What in Merlin's name?
Are those dragons?
It's a dragon fighting ring. This is Hauntel Hall.
The name makes sense now, and the secrecy.
No wonder the poachers were in Hogsmeade so much. Likely taking bets and spreading the word. Given how crowded it is here, how could they possibly enjoy this? The centaurs have every right to be disgusted with wizard kind. There must be more dragons here. The poachers are far too greedy to run a fighting ring with only 2 dragons. We should take advantage of most eyes being on the fight and look around. But be discreet. You especially can't afford to be spotted.
A more hushed is like the one.
Don't know what Victor was sinking straight.
It's Totalis. Revelio. Revelio.
Have you heard from your family? Has either of your brothers come round to our way of thinking? Will they join us?
Nah, they say we go too far. The violence isn't going to get us what we want. I say, if every last wizard is run through with a blade, then violence is going to get me precisely what I want.
Sickens me to work alongside any of them. Don't know how Ramrock started.
It's Totalis.
Someone there? Incendio! Not a toy!
Accio!
No!
Arresto Momentum. Revelio. Reparo.
That's it.
Revelio.
Did you hear those goblins? Ramrock and the poachers must be working together.
Poppy, something's going on behind you.
What's going on down there? They must have only just captured her. She's putting up quite a fight.
Not a fair one, though. Not with her chained up like that.
Let's even her up, shall we?
That's free.
Revelio.
Look, they've got a dragon egg. Hebridean from the looks of it. Can't leave it here, not with the plans they likely have for it.
Revelio. Aloha Mora. All right, I have the egg.
Ready. The elements are surprised.
Revelio.
Require us a few seconds.
Let's make them count.
Careful! Ramrock will want his dragon in cat!
Revelio. Leviosa. Set. Expelliarmus. Revelio.
You're the one we're looking for, ain't you, poor friend?
Accio.
That's nice.
Expect to the dirt.
Back for another visit?
I've never been one for charging.
Levioso! Descendo! Incendio! Glacius! Accio! Colfer! Arresto Moment! Confringo!
We don't have time. We need to free her now before more show up.
Accio! This may have been a bad idea.
I suppose we'll find out.
Incendio! This way!
That was a Hebridean black.
I'm guessing the egg we have belongs to that dragon.
I don't think she knew they had her egg. She wouldn't have left without it.
What now? She didn't exactly leave us a calling card.
I don't know. Nothing about this day was expected. Not the goblins, and definitely not the fighting ring. The last thing I planned on was a dragon egg. And the poachers saw us, which cannot be good.
Since the dragon we freed flew off, does that mean we get to keep the egg?
I'd much rather we have it than the poachers, at least for now. But I don't think we should keep it indefinitely. It'll be hard hiding something like this from Professor Weasley for long.
Should we expect trouble from the poachers, given the trouble we just caused?
It'd be foolish not to expect it. They're not a forgiving lot. I'm sorry to say that you likely have a larger target on your back now because of what we just did.
We aren't helping ourselves standing here. Let's get to safety. We can sort this out later.
You're right. If there's anything the poachers are good at, it's tracking their prey. And right now, we're it. Be careful, won't you? I shall see you back at the castle.
Revelio.
On another adventure, are we?
You'll never believe what I've learned.
What did you discover in the spellbook we found in the scriptorium?
Salazar Slytherin's spellbook was a little difficult to interpret, but fascinating. Evidently, he encouraged teaching dark magic at Hogwarts. Neither the Imperious Curse nor the Killing Curse was unforgivable during his time. He believed students should be prepared to use dark magic when necessary, not to fear it. That's why we had to use Crucio to gain access to the scriptorium. He didn't want his knowledge shared with anyone who was afraid of the power of dark magic.
It was hard to do, but casting Crucio was our only option.
And I'm glad we did it, because in the spellbook I also found something else. References to a lost relic, which, from what I can tell, grants the holder the power to reverse dark magic curses.
And you think this relic might be able to save Anne?
Precisely. I plan to search for this relic, but I don't think we should tell anyone. Especially Ominous. He wouldn't understand.
I see no reason to involve Ominous.
I'm glad you agree. When I know more, I shall send an owl. And don't feel sorry for Ominous. Keeping this to ourselves for now is for his own good.
I'll decide what's for my own good.
Ominous, we were just about to get some air. Care to join?
You're a liar, Sebastian. I heard everything. You swore you'd never engage in anything to do with dark magic again.
No, I didn't. I said I understood you wanting that. I'd never swear to give up on finding a cure for Anne.
You don't know when to stop, do you?
I know when not to stop. Leave this alone, Ominous. I'll be on my way.
I am not letting this go.
Ominous, Sebastian meant well.
I know what I heard. You knew I wouldn't agree with this. Going after that relic is not a good idea. Sebastian doesn't even realize it, but he's as irresponsible and reckless now as his parents were years ago. It's why they died.
I knew his parents died, but I never heard what happened.
Mr. and Mrs. Sallow were professors. Spent nearly every waking moment in the cellar library. Noses buried in books. Anne and Sebastian were upstairs when it happened. They heard a sudden crash and ran downstairs, but it was too late. Their parents had crumpled to the floor. A defect with the lamp in the cellar caused the room to fill with an undetectable toxin. Sebastian and Anne were helpless. They had no magic yet.
What a horrible story.
It is. That's why I can't understand Sebastian's recklessness. I've practically lost Anne. I cannot lose Sebastian too. Please avoid anything to do with that spellbook.
Those references in the book seem promising.
Everything to do with Salazar Slytherin seems promising until it's too late. I hope Sebastian pursues this no further. But if you think he might, please let me know. It would mean a lot.
Leviosa! Descendo! Expelliarmus! Revelio. Revelio. Expelliarmus. Incendio. Confringo! Revelio.
Can we meet at the Three Broomsticks? It may finally be safe since we rescued the dragon from Horntail Hall.
So this is the underground harbour. Revelio. Arresto momentum. That book Professor Weasley asked me to find should be around here somewhere.
Looking for the book Intermediate Trans...
Professor Weasley asked me to, get something from that book. May I have it?
Did she now? I'll give you this book if you humour me by answering a few questions from my quiz.
Quiz?
Some people call bits of knowledge trivia. I would argue that no knowledge is trivial. Hence, I have created a small quiz, just for fun, focusing mainly on the lore of the wizarding world. None of the other students will try it, no matter how many times I ask. They all say they have enough with schoolwork. Ugh, they don't value knowledge the way I do. Surely you're interested. I'll even start you off with a few of my easiest questions.
A quiz sounds like fun.
Splendid! Just a few questions, and then I'll hand over this book. Let us begin. Before the invention of the golden snitch, which magical creature was used in a game of Quidditch?
The Golden Snuggery.
No, incorrect. The answer was the golden snidget. The snidget was first introduced to Quidditch in 1269 by a wizard named Barbarous Bragg. Sadly, they're thought to be extinct. Next question. Which potion is commonly referred to as liquid luck?
Felix Felicis.
Well done. Since it makes the drinker temporarily lucky, Felix Felicis is a banned substance in all organized competitions. The tale of the three brothers involves which magical artifacts?
The Deathly Hallows.
Correct. According to Beedle the Bard, the Deathly Hallows consists of the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. Which ball in Quidditch is the largest?
The Bludger.
I'm sorry, but the correct answer was the quaffle. When a chaser throws the quaffle through one of 3 hoops in a Quidditch match, their team is awarded 10 points. True or false? Polyjuice Potion allows the drinker to change species.
True.
Actually, the answer was false. While Polyjuice Potion can be used to change things such as age or race, it cannot be used to change species. Well, I suppose this has gone on long enough. I'll put the book back on the pedestal now. If you're inclined to test your knowledge again, I have plenty more questions I could ask you. And I won't be giving you any more easy questions either. The next ones will be more difficult.
I'm sorry. I don't have time for a quiz at the moment.
Let me know if you change your mind. I put the book back on the pedestal for you.
Revelio ought to make quick work of this. Revelio. Professor Weasley's tasks are complete. I should attend Transfiguration.
Revelio. Alohomora. Revelio. Revelio.
You have a new spell to teach me, Professor?
Yes, the transformation spell. But first, I'd like you to carry out a couple of tasks which will help you to complete your field guide. Attend my transfiguration class once you've done them, and we can begin the lesson.
I hate to see a creature get put down like that. Beautiful.
Goodness. Settle down. Settle down. Transfiguration, as you may be weary of hearing me say, is an exact science that can take a lifetime to master. But we needn't be daunted. Almost anything can be transformed if you can just perceive the potential within it. As I see in all of you, tremendous witches and wizards, every one of you. Or it could just be my eyesight. Now, you all know what to do. Beautifully done. Class is dismissed. And remember, now is not the time to ease off your studying. OWLs will be here before you know it.
You wanted to discuss my progress so far this term, Professor.
I did. You seem to have had no trouble in getting up to speed. And frankly, excelling in your schoolwork this year.
Thank you, Professor. The extra assignments have been helpful.
As I suspected they would be. Now, it seems you've been making good use of the opportunities presented by your field guide. Of course, the guide isn't the only measure of success. I've heard that you can brew an impressive Edurus potion. Hopefully, you won't need it anytime soon, but it is a valuable potion to have when it is needed.
Thank you, Professor.
I will say I'm especially impressed with all you've accomplished in light of the rumors of your extracurricular activities. Was your extended conversation with Mr. Ollivander after you'd obtained your wand, or subsequent search of the owlery, connected in any way to Professor Fig?
Not at all. I enjoy talking to Mr. Ollivander. I'm fascinated by wand law, and I'd never visited the owlery. Bit of a mess.
I see. I admire your penchant for learning, but do remember that your classwork and field guide are designed to educate you thoroughly. It'll be the end of the year in no time, and you'll want to be well prepared for your OWLs. I'll provide a final assessment at that time to ensure that you're ready for your exams. Until then, well done. You are dismissed. If you wish to practice the spell you just learned, the training dummy is available.
Since our visit to Feldcroft, something dawned on me about the triptych. Meet me at the Overlook, just north of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll explain.
My plan with the helmet failed, but I have another idea. I think we may be able to find what we need at a goblin mine south of Hogwarts. Meet me there, and bring someone who speaks gobbledygook.
I remember our meet mentioning something about gobbledygook.
Revelio.
Glad to see you were paying close attention to my demonstration of the transformation spell.
Bombarda. Bombarda. Defender. Bombarda. Revelio.
Hello, Gareth. So, has your aunt been taking it a bit easier on you lately?
Unfortunately, no. In fact, a few days ago, she gave me a detention. I was only testing a new recipe in a mostly empty classroom, and the fire was put out quick enough.
You don't create anything worthwhile without setting a few things on fire.
Agreed. Innovators like us are unappreciated in our time. Can't let the doubters sway me. When they taste my latest brew, they'll forget their criticisms and the fires. It'll be bigger than butterbeer. Oh, that gives me an idea. Better write it down. Best of luck to you.
Hello there.
Hello, Amit. Do I recall you saying that you speak gobbledygook?
I did. I do. Speak it. Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. Well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
You said you know gobbledygook, but how well?
I've been reading it for as long as I've been reading English. My parents have an extensive library. Once I grew bored with the classics, I devoured goblin writings. I'd tell you some titles, but you wouldn't understand them.
Have you ever spoken directly to a goblin?
Unbelievably, no. I'm so looking forward to it. Actually conversing in gobbledygook with a native speaker. Cannot wait to confirm subtle bits of pronunciation and tone that may have eluded me, being self-taught and all.
Lodgok is waiting. Should we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
advice when dealing with untoward matters is...
Revelio. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Accio. Incendio. Glacius. How very rude.
Anne is getting worse. If there is any chance that the relic from Slytherin's spellbook can help her, I must find it. I'm requesting your help. Meet me outside of Feldcroft, near the Catacomb.
Slow down now. There we go. Revelio. Revelio. Accio. Incendio. Revelio. Confringo. Crucible. Bombarda. Defender. Bombarda. Crucible. Defender. Bombarda. Crucible. Defender. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Levioso. Incendio. Accio! Freeze! Arresto! Depulso! Revelio. 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 A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals. Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Cock. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bacalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ.
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
Someone's looking at us. Revelio. Revelio.
Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected.
Revelio.
I cannot believe I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lid. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward. Revelio.
I
still can't believe we're inside a real goblin mine.
Descender! Accio! Revelio! Accio! Guardian Leviosa! Revelio!
I've read about mines like this, but seeing one is something else altogether.
Keep your wits about you, Amit. I'll get you through this one.
Accio!
Revelio.
Matter of time till Ranrock sets things back. Not quiet enough. Ha!
Expelliarmus.
Leviosa! Descend! Incendio!
That was a little more than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
Revelio!
We're being watched. By a door.
Right. Don't wish to be seen, do we?
Revelio. Accio.
Accio! Revelio! Incendio! Revelio! Wingardium Leviosa! Revelio!
I feel like a character from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
Bound a schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious. There must be more notes around here. What could they be building?
Revelio. Descender. Accio. Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
I didn't touch your head. Thank you for making me the first object of your suspicions. Who my friends are now, don't you don't know who you're playing with!
Fascinating to see goblin written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
Revelio.
If I'm translating this correctly, and I think that I am, they're building something rather large. But what? Let me know if you see any more plans or schematics. We can't return to Lodgok empty-headed.
Revelio.
Another schematic. What are they going to
Revelio.
This mine is too small for whatever it is.
Revelio.
Wizard kind will soon make to us once the war is over.
Someone. Who do you think you are? I won't rest.
Leviosa. Descendio. Incendio. Glacius. Confring. Repulsor. Defender. Bombarda. Revelio. Bombarda. Expelliarmus. Leviosa. Descendo.
Down! You are postponing the inevitable!
Accio. Arresto.
Oh, this really is too much.
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had expected.
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo. Revelio.
I wonder if the boiler powers the river.
Revelio.
The boiler activated that handle. See it?
Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Revelio. Descendo. Accio. Guardian Leviosa. Revelio. Revelio.
Devil's snare. Nasty stuff if we're not careful.
Not an entanglement we need right now. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio. Incendio. Revelio. Revelio.
I will not be made a fool of. But then, it's not it. Get away with that.
One less human to worry about.
Not quite. That was meant for me.
Do you think this is funny?
Arrest the momentum. Good pulsar. Confringo. Good pulsar.
Put me on the ground now!
Expelliarmus.
How many of them are there?
Revelio. That should be the last of them, I'll meet.
Descendo. Quite good at sneaking about. You'll see.
Revelio. Incendio. Confringo. Accio.
This is not good. They're building enormous drills, bigger than this mine could contain.
Let's get out of here and tell Lodgok what we found. Revelio. Accio. Revelio.
I need a moment to catch my breath. This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me, Amit. Now that we know what they're up to, we can get out of here. Revelio. 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 We're almost out of here, Amit. Look, the lift.
A welcome sight indeed. Can we please talk about what just happened?
That wasn't so bad, was it?
It was. It really was. I'm afraid I've had enough adventure for one day. For a lifetime, perhaps.
Thank you, Amit. I couldn't have done it without you. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a word with Lodgok.
Understood? I'll leave you to it. Your goblin secrets are safe with me, but I get to write the book about this escapade someday. Without further ado, adieu.
They're building enormous drills. We found their plans. Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct. Other than Rookwood Castle, however, I do not know where else he plans to search.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So was surprised to find a witch there who had set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me. When she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain. But instead she did something that I will never forget. Without a moment's hesitation, she smiled and asked me to sit with her. She told me that she was a researcher and showed me a small, oddly shaped container with a strange symbol on it. She was certain it was made of goblin metal, but was unable to open it. She wanted to work together.
Miriam.
Yes. But how did you...
Professor Fig's wife. He told me of her research, and I know of the container.
Ah. The reverence with which she talked of goblins and their intelligence and skill, it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container
if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lord Gok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath.
Revelio. Revelio. I should investigate.
तो अभी भी स्ट्रीम कर रहा है?
कर रहा हूँ। क्या कुछ वैल्यू करना?
अच्छा नहीं कंटिन्यू कर रहा हूँ मैं।
भाग गया मैं करना वैल्यू करता हूँ।
वैल्यू करेगा? भाई मेरे को भी स्ट्रीम करना था। चल ठीक है रुक जा मैं बना के रख देता हूँ एटलीस्ट अगले बार के लिए मैं
आई थिंक अभी हम लोग सेम उस पे हैं क्या बोलते हैं
लेवल तो तेरा ज्यादा है बहुत भाई। कहाँ तक हुआ तेरा?
सॉरी बबल डी
है तू
किया मैंने ड्रिल बना रहा है बड़ा सा।
अरे बाप
वो रिवील हुआ फिर
इंपेरियो भी ले लिया।
क्यों ले लिया मैं?
रूसियो ले लिया ओके ठीक है भाई। तू कहाँ एस्केप दबा और क्वेस्ट में जा। मेरे देखना है कितना पहुंचा भाई कैसा दिखता है।
सेकंड वो भी हो गया अभी क्या
26 37 मीट सेबेस्टियन। अच्छा तू वो करने जा रहा है? अरे ये लंबा क्वेस्ट है ये। इन द शैडो ऑफ टाइम तू बस एक क्वेस्ट पीछे है मुझसे। इन द शैडो ऑफ माइन तूने भी प्रोफेसर गार्लिक का असाइनमेंट नहीं किया ना? अबे बहुत बोरिंग असाइनमेंट देता है।
ये फिलिपेंडो में को वर्थ इट लग भी नहीं रहा।
फिलिपेंडो और डिफेंडो कैसा है भाई?
डिफेंडो वो ना एक मिनट
स्लाइस वाला स्लैश साइथर वाला
ये ना बहुत अच्छा है। ये बोल रहा है ना डिफेंडो बहुत अच्छा है मजा आती है भाई। डबल लोग को भाई मूनलाइट जैसा फील आता है मेरे को
ना। अच्छा तेरे को आता होगा भाई मेरे को तो बोम्बार्डा मस्त लगता है। बोम्बार्डा
ठीक
और
है। ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करके बोम्बार्डा करने का
भाई। नहीं पागल है नहीं भाई कुछ भी उल्टा बोल रहा है।
ये देख
एक सेकंड मतलब डिले रुक 197 अबे तेरा बहुत ज्यादा था। मेरा 150 अबे तेरा ऑफेंस इतना कैसे बढ़ गया भाई? और तेरे पास लेजेंडरी इतने कम कैसे है? तू क्या कर रहा है? मेरे पास सारे लेजेंडरी है।
क्या
भाई मेरी स्ट्रीम खोलना है अभी भाई, तेरे को पता चलेगा। मैं करूँ क्या स्ट्रीम तक? क्या
रुक
वैलो
जा
करना है कि हॉगवर्ट्स?
वैलो रुक जा, मेरे को बता क्या लेजेंडरी
पक्का?
बोल रहा है। आइटम्स
हाँ,
वे
तेरे
आइटम
पास
मैं
कुछ
वो कर
लेजेंडरी नहीं
देता
दिख रहे।
हूँ, मैं मेरे
क्या
आइटम्स को
पागल
डिस्ट्रॉय
है?
कर देता हूँ, लेजेंडरी आइटम्स को।
क्यों?
अबे तो जब उसका ये नहीं है, क्या बोलते हैं,
कितना
ऑफेंस
फायदा
नंबर
है
कम
उसका?
होता है, तो मैं सीधा वो कर देता हूँ, मेरे को दिखता नहीं उसका
डू यू
वैल्यू।
रियलाइज
आई डोंट।
जितना डिफेंस वो देता है उसके मुताबिक तुझे बस 3-4 उसको पकड़ना है, एंड देन यू को तेरा हो गया, सेट हो गया। तेरे को बस पकड़ना है जानवर, उनके फर लेने हैं, एंड देन तू अपग्रेड कर सकता है।
कब तक?
अपने हिसाब
कितने
से
बार?
खेल वैसा।
भाई
भाई
मैं तो लिटरली
इतना मस्त
अपग्रेड,
अपग्रेड होता है।
मैं ऐसा होता तो सब अब यही रखता। मेरे पास कितने लेजेंडरीज थे भाई, सारे हर
भाई
चीज
बहुत
लेजेंडरी
आते
थी।
हैं।
ये देख, कचरे
क्या
जैसे
पागल
सब
है
देख,
भाई, रुक
एक
जा,
ही
मैं
अंदर।
कुछ और कर रहा हूँ। भाई महान है तू, फिर क्या बोलूं। फेक दिया बोलता है। लेजेंडरी तो भाई मेरे को तो लगता है लेजेंडरी इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ ना, लेजेंडरी में तू वो सब डाल
Excuse me,
सकता है,
madam. I
ट्रेड्स डाल
thought I heard
सकता
you
है,
say something.
अच्छा, और मैं
यूज कर
यूज ही नहीं
सकता
कर
है,
रहा
वो
था ना
मजेदार।
ट्रेड्स।
Talking to myself
बात
again.
वही है।
I find myself to
ओह,
be quite the engaging
ठीक है, अब से वही
conversationalist since
करूंगा।
my husband passed.
वैलो
Madam
टाइम,
Althea
वैलो
चल
Twining,
हाँ,
टाइम।
pleased
बंद
to
कर लो।
meet
बाय
you.
बाय
भाई
बाय
आज
You
स्ट्रीम
too,
नहीं
बाय।
कर
Madam Twiddle.
पाऊंगा गाइस।
So
Hogwarts।
you might be interested
आज
in
नो
this.
स्ट्रीम
You
भाई,
young
ये नो
people love
स्ट्रीम,
this
नो।
sort of thing. My husband.
करूँ क्या स्ट्रीम तो भी वैलो वाला?
An
क्या
archaic.
बोलता है? क्या
If
बोलता है? तू बोल।
बंद कर रहा हूँ, रुक सेव
करूँ क्या
सेव
मस्त?
कर ले, मैं भी करने जा रहा हूँ। सेव सेव सेव।
ओके, whatever you say. Valorant 2020. Don't do that. Please do not do that. Indian gamers Valorant rank fan updates shenanigans. Live update. New Valorant update breakdown plus ranked Indian gamer POV. Valorant update plus ranked. New stream. Title. Title. Hashtags. Attacks. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. इसको बंद करना पड़ेगा ना एपिक गेम्स को।
बाय बाय स्ट्रीम।
मैं
नया
मैं
स्ट्रीम चालू
लिटरली
करूंगा वैल्यू के लिए अभी।